And we are live. Both of us are here today. Hello, folks. How are you doing tonight? How's everybody doing? My bitrate's been weird during this countdown for the stream. So let's hope this stream is fine and my internet doesn't do any weird things. Here's hoping. Let me know if you notice anything weird. I'll have my eye on the little thing they give you to check your bit rates. Anyway, hi, Siphon, Sora, Siegfried, Bill, Hammy, Pyro, hey Q. We do gotta check out that co-streaming thing. Gotta figure it out. Just a little iffy at the start. Yeah, it seems to have been just the first minute or so. So probably just a rocky start. Good thing we have this countdown. Cosmo, Nayara, Rose, hi y'all. He says, for some reason, even though I set my bitrate to 6,000, it flows around 6,150. That's probably because audio bitrates, you probably set your video bitrate to 6,000, but your audio is 150. That might be it. Because yeah, I lowered my bitrate recently because I had some unstable moments. So I figured maybe I'll lower it a bit, but just a little bit because I don't want video quality to go down too much. I stream on 30 FPS though, which makes it hopefully a lot more stable for a lot more people. Because you don't need 60 FPS for looking at my face making art. Well, I guess maybe for looking at Bean. Bean, do you want to say hi? Say hi to the chat, little boy. Look, right there. Yeah, right there. That's where chat is. No! No! You've JPEG'd him! Apologize right now. Look at what you did to him. Oh, he doesn't want to look at his own face anymore. This is so tragic. How could you do this to a cat? Oh, he's so sad. I'm sorry, Bean. No! No! Don't do it. Bean, I'm sorry. They're doing this to you. It's not my fault. It's chat's. Oh no, you can barely see him now. You can see his eyes. He's weeping. He loves a crunch. He loves a crunch in food, not on himself. Oh, he doesn't want to look at himself. Let me. There we go. Oakse asks, is a witch? No, no witches. We are doing level 3 JPEG. No, poor kitty. No witches. We are killing a fairy this time. We're going very literal with fairy tale creatures. Whoa, there goes Bean. Yeah, at least he doesn't get crunchy anymore. He gets to be crisp, as opposed to me. Hey, Bean, do not eat pens. No, you don't eat that. Anyway, y'all, how have you been doing today? You have your kitty with you too? Oh, hi to your kitty. Say hi from Bean. Bean, don't press on keys. Thank you. He's gonna stop the stream one day by pressing on random keys. I'm sure there's a key combination that would stop the stream, and it would be really funny if Bean found it. Set your quality to 160p. That's the full experience. That's how you get the real crunch. Said quotable. Half of things I say are quotable. It's alright, to be honest. If you take half of what I say without context, it's very strange. Anyway, hope y'all are doing good tonight. Yeah, we're doing a bit of a one-off this time. Although, also my camera has moved. Was that Bean? No, that was probably me setting the changing the zoom or something. Anyway, today's thing is part of a series, kinda. Not really. It's part of I've done 2 edits like this, so today we're doing sort of a third. And these edits, let me pull them up for you guys. The first one was this gnome. There it is. And, well, the text is just like first person, so we're gonna do the same thing today, right? We're gonna keep like the same style and everything. The text was, "Help! My dog keeps hunting these little animals in my yard. I don't know if this is an endangered species. Does anyone have any tips on how to stop dogs from doing this?" And instead of catching a squirrel or rabbit or something, the dog caught a gnome, a very like standard gnome. For this series, we're not doing like, you know, fun different takes on these creatures. That's more for a different type of story. The story here is simply, here's a fairy tale creature being killed in a very ridiculous way by accident, just by existing in our society, right? The second one I did is unicorn, and Alex, thank you for the follow. The text for this one says, "Stuck in traffic. Apparently someone ran over a protected species. Can't they just clear this thing off the road?" So it's like very callous thing, and yeah, this dead unicorn, and it has like glittery blood. Its horn has been crushed in 2, and here's a truck that caused it. You can see the tires that have been like dragging the blood. Poor little gnome. No gnomes were hurt in the making of this image, don't worry. Pegged to the extreme. I have been pegged to the extreme. This keeps happening. Done unicorns, gnomes, goblins. Yeah, other creatures I've done in sort of a similar-ish style, but you know, this is sort of its own thing. Like, this series is them getting killed in ridiculous ways. I've done goblins, which I can pull up here. I do probably have them. I just search for goblin here. And it's just a picture of the goblins in an attic. But the text does have something that sort of resembles that. It says, "Signs of a possible goblin infestation. Scratching noises in your attic. Musty odors with no apparent cause. Misplaced objects like keys, coins, and silverware. Strange symbols carved on wooden surfaces. Be careful, do not approach the nest alone. Goblins, like bats, may carry diseases. Call an extermination service." So it's like, you know, treating goblins as real animals that would infest your attic and would just start drawing weird symbols. Which is, I guess it's like sort of related to this vibe, but not quite. Like, I wouldn't put it in the same collection. You're watching the stream both on TV and phone. Nice, we're cooking the numbers. Cooking the viewership numbers. See, that's why I call dedication. Hold on, I gotta clean this lens. There you go. That's why I call dedication. Harpies getting tangled in power lines because they try to rest on them like regular birds. That's a really good one too. Classic fairy tales, yes. Disney, Pixies, yes. Big Nose Trolls, absolutely. Yeah. We for this, it's not quite a series, right? It's just like 2 pieces, and now I'm doing a third that are related, and I will start calling it a series or put it in the collections folder here as like a single post when they when I actually got like, I think 4 or so. By the way, I guess for new folks, if you don't know, I got this big website where I got all of my art. You can check out the collections tab, for example, here. Or you can check anything, and like, this is just everything in chronological order. I love having a website. Bro, thank you for the follow. What would the series be called? Have not thought about that yet. Good question. I don't know. I'll have to give that some thought. I do have a few ideas. We discussed like a bunch of them. We discussed in chat yesterday as well. But there's several ideas. Where's my phone? That I've noted down on my. I had noted down on my phone in the past, and some I noted down yesterday. One of them I really want to do is like some sort of sea monster, some sea fairy tale creature, right? Being caught in either a fishing net or plastic rings. I think it's like even more ridiculous. So you know, those plastic rings around aluminum cans that hold them together. Then the one that we're doing today, a dead fairy, which I have a few options for dead fairy. I think it's going to be like splattered on a windshield. But there's a couple options. Some others that were suggested yesterday were a dragon getting caught in a territorial fight with a windmill, a kraken biting into an underwater cable and getting electrocuted, and a griffin flying into a glass window in a skyscraper, just splattering. So those are a few like potential ones for the future. But yeah, today we're doing a fairy that's been splattered on a windshield like bugs. I'm crisp again. There I am. That said, I want to ask you guys, I want to ask chat, because I have a feeling that I have seen that exact joke or that exact scene in a movie or TV show somewhere at some point. Specifically the a fairy like splattering on a windshield like a bug, right? But I can't quite place it. Nobody yesterday gave me any real clues. Like we thought like Gravity Falls had I think a similar scene, but not like windshields. Yeah, I thought it was Gravity Falls at first, but then I didn't find that scene when I rewatched it. So I don't know. Do you guys remember this from any movie, TV show? I'm thinking like I'm imagining like an animated show, but I might just be like inventing putting details, making up details or something. And it might just be like a different scene that, you know, I'm kind of conflating, where a fairy dies or something like that, or something else gets splattered on a windshield like a bug. And in case when I thought of this idea, I was like, no, that's been done before, right? But then I couldn't find who did it. So I was just sort of left clueless. So I don't know. If you guys remember, this sounds familiar to you guys. 2D or 3D? No clue. It's just a vibe. Ferngully? I have not seen Ferngully. Pressed fairies. Oh yeah, generally like doing taxidermy fairies is a really common thing. I actually got a book here. Recently received this book, which was recently in a Kickstarter that I supported. It is by Alex CF, who does these beautiful practical little sets of usually like mummified fairy tale creatures and things like that. And the whole book is just that. It's an art book with, you know, a bunch of little creatures. So yeah, I wanted to support because I really love this. Really love this artist. Yeah, look it up, Alex CF. Let's see it here. Oh, and Trevor did the foreword. But yeah, these are really cool. There's some Wolfman heads. Trying to get the lights to fall on them. There's alien guys. I don't know. This is really good. In any case, there's some fairies in there too. The one on the cover. But yeah, that's been done. So maybe I'm conflating that with some other like joke on a TV show or something. I'm not quite sure where I'm getting that. Sue splats a fairy on a window with a fly swatter. Is that it? I tried to look for that scene yesterday, and I didn't go too far. I just looked it up on YouTube, but I couldn't find it. I'll have to look it up. But it's not like car windshield, right? So we're probably good. I didn't want to like inadvertently steal an idea from someone else, you know? Which will always happen, right? Like inspiration sometimes will unconsciously copy ideas. Sometimes we'll even like two different people will think of the same idea in completely unrelated circumstances. And yeah, that's a thing that happens really frequently as well. But yeah, I'm just trying to like not, or at least if it exists, because I have that feeling that this scene exists, trying to figure out where it exists from, so I can at least know where the inspiration is from. Hunter's wall covered in Hydra's heads. That's a good one. Hey, Foxy. Oh, did you find that scene? Hold on. Let me put it in here.
Look, a fairy!
Oh, this is probably it. That might just be it. See, that's why I figured it was from Gravity Falls. Maybe I didn't pay attention to this scene when I rewatched it more recently. So yeah, this could be it. Yeah, in any case, I feel like it's different enough that we can sort of redo a similar joke then, if this is what I had in mind. But yeah, it's good to get at least a half confirmation that this might be where I like the scene I was thinking of. Hey, Jacksack. Whoa, why is your name glowing? Night developer, is that why? Of course it's Gravity Falls. See, it was my first thought, Gravity Falls. What are we doing here? We're back to kill a fairy. Not really. No actual fairies are going to be harmed in making this stream, don't worry. That's why? Hell yeah. It's cool to have a glowing name. A scene with a windshield in B-movie. I haven't seen B-movie, so I know it's not from there. I only know B-movie from B-movie script memes, to be honest. Hey Beppo, how you doing? Likely Gravity Falls, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's that. And I just like conflated it with my own idea and thought I was copying it, but it's similar enough. I probably like unconsciously inspired by that idea, but in any case, now that that's clear, let's actually figure out what we want to do. So let me hop into Photoshop here and just do like a very shitty sketch to figure out where I want to put things. I'm on the eraser. So what we need is a picture from inside a car, maybe with so we get like the dashboard here. I don't I don't care really which side of the car we're looking through. But ideally there's a windshield wiper passing through. So maybe if we look for pictures of like windshield wipers, you know, windshield wiper with this little thing. I'm not good at sketching. You get the idea, and it's passing through. And I don't know, maybe we put the ferry here with the really like sort of exaggerated splats effects. And little wings. And I don't know if we put the ferry like here or if we put it behind the wiper so it's just being like stretched. Like this is being poor things being stretched. I don't know. It could be either. But what we need is this, like the background. And we need to figure out or find a good starting picture for that. Grody Grungus, welcome. Thank you for the follow. YouTube videos of Germans driving on the Autobahn. I've seen those videos. I think those are dash cams though, which tend to be, I guess, on the outside or I guess maybe they're on the inside. I don't know. I've never had a dash cam. But we're mostly interested in like a shot of the windshield wiper. Also, you know, copyright. Definitely pink sparkly blood or something like that. Stretch ferry would be more brutal. Yeah. That would definitely be more brutal. Also harder to do or harder to figure out. Maybe it's like half. Like the ferry is here. And because if it is like completely stretched or, you know, actually like being destroyed by the wiper, it might be hard to just instantly see it as a ferry. But if we have it like half and half and like the rest of the bodies being like wiped essentially, it's like streaks of glitter or something. Maybe that would be ideal. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out based on our base picture. Grody, I feel like pink. That, yeah, like it was captured in the wiper. And it's just being like spread like butter. Usually depicted with 4 wings. Typically, but we can do... It depends on which bug they're inspired by. Which kind of wings we give them. So most bugs have 4 wings, but... you know, you could do 2 if it's more for beetle-like or fly-like fairy. Which, fly-like fairy is kind of funny on its own. It's like the least dignified bug. I love flies, by the way. I love dipterans. I think they're one of the coolest groups of bugs. But, yeah, they're in popular culture. They're really, like, undignified. So, having a fairy be a fly would be kind of funny. Because they're usually butterflies or something. Mini human fairy and alien-y Hellboy tooth fairy kind of fairy. Not sure yet. We'll have to figure that out. In any case, let me look for maybe just windshield on our common. Okay, we got some pictures, mostly from the outside, but hey, look at this! Instantly, that's a good contender. Which I honestly didn't think we would have many, but that's a pretty good start. The wiper's going this way. So yeah, the ferry would be stretched this way. This one is pretty good. We don't see the wiper. It's clearly just passed through. Here's another one that just passed. Okay, let's do windshield wiper, but knowing these websites, it's probably gonna give us the searches for wiper as well, like the word wiper and then the word windshield, which makes it sometimes confusing. But in this case, it's given us some good options. This one's from the outside, which could be an option too, but I feel like it's more natural if the picture is taken from the perspective of the driver, or you know, the whoever is riding on the shotgun. So yeah, I think that makes more sense. This one doesn't feel very rainy, which might be a plus, because maybe you just turn on the wipers to get rid of the bugs, right? You're not like it's not like they were on already because of rain. Here's one where you wonder how they took the photo because both of their hands are on the wheel. Hi, Bean. What's up? What is it? Do you want to go out? I don't know. Oh, see you later, Mechtel. Hey, Vishanti. They just took a screenshot of their vision. Of course. Yeah, this one would be good, maybe like zoomed in like this, because I don't care much about the actual car. Any like distracting elements. This one, you know, it's a pretty fast windshield wiper. It's been taken with some blur, which I don't know, might be good for the effects. Not sure yet if I prefer that or more focused one. But yeah, right off the bat, we got some pretty good ones. Although we're starting to get unrelated results. So I think that might be it for these websites. It would be good if it wasn't black and white. Oh, this one's just nasty. Clean your car. It would make me go insane, like driving in a car that has this windshield. Wouldn't rain impede them from flying since their wings would get wet. They're fairy tale creatures. They get to make their own rules. Could blend in with the pink goop, definitely. Yeah, like finding one where it's dry, where it's not raining. I feel like, you know, if we find a good one where it is dry, that might be ideal because we get, I think, did we get this one already? I think no. Because, you know, it feels like they've just turned on the wiper to get rid of the bugs rather than it was already on, but that limits us more in choices of pictures, so, you know, there's some balance there. That looks like a really old, like, minivan or bus. Here are two pictures that appear to have been taken really close to each other. And with really different lightings. Interesting. Hi, Bean. You wanna go out? Okay. Let me let the cat out. Probably wants to go pee or something. Go piss, boy. Yeah, Mothman is a bird. We've already done a dead mermaid in an unrelated project. If any of you guys recognize this picture, like, shout outs to you, because that's an old one. An old one, but also my most popular post on Tumblr for some reason. This one's a bit too dark. Oh, here's a good one. That is very blurry here. So our ferry would be just very blurry. That is, I think, a tractor. Or maybe just a pickup. I'm not sure. Also, yeah, the Fiji mermaid. It's another dead mermaid. It's true. I've killed so many mermaids, y'all. That globster piece was also a mermaid. Maybe. I'll never tell you. Okay, I'm also wondering what we'll find on Wikimedia. So if we look for windshield here, got broken windshields. Because I was thinking somebody in Wikimedia might have taken a picture of like bugs on a windshield specifically. We did get a lot of cracks. Some pictures from the other websites that we have seen. And lots of plain windshields. Not a lot from the inside, though. And the ones that have don't have the wiper on. If I look for windshield bug. No. Insects. Nothing. Wiper. Okay, we got some close-ups from the outside. Nothing too interesting. Some little symbols and other things, but yeah, no, nothing here. Okay, it was worth a little check. Isn't fairy dust just magic glitter? Yeah, definitely. It's definitely gonna have some glittery blood, I feel like. Horrible dream you had with a large Celtic-looking forest. Giant crustaceans. Deep sea fish. I like that. Okay, this is nearly the ideal type of picture. I wish I had a little bit more sky here. You know, maybe zoomed in like this. It could work pretty well. Although it's going this way, right? So our ferry would have to be like here. This is a pretty good one though. We got a really clear foreground with this blurry background. That works quite well. It's a little bit rainy, but it's not like heavy rain, so it gives us a bit more space to play with. Kitty. Yeah, one thing with a lot of these windshield wiper pictures is that it's usually focused on the outside and the wipers are blurry. When we want the opposite. Hey Cryptid, how you doing? The Jenny Harbinger. Hanover. Jenny Hanover. That one's not dead though. That one's actually the opposite. The real ones are dead. The ones we made. The one I made is alive. Oh, this one's quite good too. It's a little bit blurry, but it's like really, really grimy and also in a forest. It lacks a little bit of color, and obviously it doesn't have the wiper on. So we could transplant a wiper from a different picture onto this one. Definitely a possibility here. That said, the window itself is slightly blurry because this picture is focused on the hand. But it's a really good background, so I wouldn't mind sacrificing a little bit of detail and having the ferry be a bit blurrier. Okay, we're starting to get like completely unrelated things. So I think we've probably run out of good pictures. Getting shield bugs. What does it have to do with windshields or wipers? Also knights. Okay. Okay, here's another pretty clear forest one. But it is focused on the background, so not something we could use reliably. Where the child is. The child is currently outside the room because he wanted to go out. Holy to piss. Well, let me check. Is he outside? Hasn't made any noise. But I can check if he's back. Here he is. The boy. Hello. He's back. And for the next couple of streams, my partner's not gonna be home, so he's gonna have the door open so he can come and go as he pleases. He doesn't need me to open the door. Okay, let's check what we got. Let's see what our favorite ones are. Also, oh, Bean. Okay, do you want to lie down just here? Sure. let me set the bean cam up. There he is. Boop. Anyway, here's what I got so far. This one's a bit blurry, so that'll make it harder. This one's actually quite blurry on the... Although, I guess it's just movement blur, because the raindrops are pretty visible. But it's a really rainy one, which will make things complicated. This one's the same. This one's really clear, so we get a really clear background. We don't get as much, you know, like grime or stuff to drag along the windshield. But it's nice. It has a nice color. Like whoever color graded this one did a good job too. I think it might be from the same group as, hold on, this one here. It does sound like a similar vibe, so they might be by the same photographer, because definitely have like a lot of noise in both of them of approximately the same size. So yeah, it could be. Same photographer. Oh, Bean. Don't do that. Bean just deleted everything, but don't worry. He just pressed revert. brought the document back to its original state. Which is not a great idea, little Bean. Oh, he also copied a layer, I guess? Good for you, Bean. Oh, he copied it twice. Good for him. Don't even suggest that, Bill. Oh, there he goes. Oh yeah, we gave him a little plastic thing to play with. Because it's just a little ring. We put it around his hand and he goes crazy over it. Don't drop it. Being said I'll need channel points to do this. He really did. Whoa. Okay. Do you want to go down with it? Okay. Whoa. Big jump. Anyway, keep looking through our pictures. This one's really good in the same way that this one is. Really clean background. Problem with this one is we got a really strong light coming from the back, which means our fairy is just going to be more of a silhouette, which might be good. Maybe we want to make the fairy more of a silhouette. Like, not entirely, but, you know, most of the light will come from the back. So since it's going to be, like, splattered. What's that mean? What's bro up to? Is he looking for his toy? You literally just dropped the toy on the ground. You just dropped it on the floor, man. What you looking for? Is it this? Yes, it is. Looking for his plastic thingy. Whoa, don't press buttons. Okay. Bean keeps pressing buttons and creating layers. This one's too focused on the dashboard. But focus on the... Whoa, on the windshield. Bean, careful. You're gonna break your bed. Focus on the wipers is pretty good. Might be good if it's like pushed up like this and we make up some background. Bean. This one has a lot more movement, so it has that blurry wiper, but it is in focus. Like, it is supposed to be in focus, right? It just has movement blur. But if you look at the windshield itself, all the raindrops are quite in focus, so that would give us a good backdrop as well. It would also be kind of a silhouette because, you know, the light is mostly coming from the outside, but I think that's going to be true for most of them. This one could give us, like, this gives us a really nice corner to set our ferry in. If we crop it slightly differently, you know, we can make that space bigger, but we don't have the windshield in movement, which I think is the wiper in movement, I mean, which makes it a little more boring. Oh, here's a bean claw. Artifacts. New artifact found. Bean claw. It's hard to focus it. Does anyone want a bean claw? Next Patreon subscriber gets a free bean claw. Okay, this one's a really good close-up. That was the first one we found, too. It's a good close-up. It, you know, contrary to our sketch, this one would be dragging the ferry downwards, which is a little weird, so I don't know. But it is a pretty good backdrop because it has a really nice blurry background. This one from the outside, I don't know why I picked it. This one, not a great background. This one, again, don't know why I picked this one. Sometimes I click on pictures randomly. I guess just to see them up close. This one has a wiper. It looks to be at rest. Might just be like a big truck with, like, you know, wipers that just rest there, which sounds really annoying, but doesn't seem to be in movement. It's not leaving a track of any kind. So yeah, I don't know if it might just be like that. In any case, we could make a sort of track, but it's not the best backdrop. So I'm not quite sure. And some of these are really good. I think this one might be my favorite just because of all the grime and dust here on the edges. It makes sense that this person would be using the wipers to just get rid of all that mud because they're off-roading. And also it's like a forest, which is the domain of ferries. So off-roading through a forest would probably be the most likely way where you run over a ferry, right? You're harvesting a cat behind the scenes.
I'm back in my room and sitting in front of my fan. Creep little fairy.
Yeah, me.
Be treated with dignity at the car wash.
Bond, thank you for the follow. Yeah, this one, okay, it has two issues. First of all, it's not in full focus, The in focus areas in this picture are the hand here, and on the windshield itself, the upper part is really focused. But as you go down, like further away from the camera, it goes like less and less in focus. And if we want to like have like a natural area to place our fairy in would be here, so we get good contrast with the background, which is an area that is less in focus. We could do two things. We could trick it and take some of the more in focus textures from here, put them here, try to sort of like reconstruct a little bit of focus to cheat it a little bit, let's say. I don't think it would be too noticeable. So that is one option. We don't have a lot of textures here. So yeah, we probably need to take something from up there. So transplant it below. Yeah, just find a nice crop for it. But it is a good picture. We'd need to color correct it. It's very orange right now. So yeah, probably like skew it more towards blue, but we can do that at the end. And third issue is we don't have a wiper, which I feel like would be a central element here. But we do have a lot of pictures where we got wipers that are in focus. Different degrees of focus, but if we find a good one, this one seems quite easy to just like separate from its environment, for example, but it is blurry. It has movement blur, which, you know, we can fit into this already sort of blurry picture. So that's one option. Let's see if we have any other good ones in movements. This one I don't think would fit here. Let's see. This one's too dark. This one's too small in here. This one we'll only get a little corner from it. These ones aren't in movements, but they are supposedly focused. So maybe, could be. I'm thinking especially this one has a little bit more focus. This one has the same issue. Supposedly focused, but caught with like movement blur. You gonna retrace your Bigfoot hiding? Hope you find some. Oh, see you, Chaos. Good time zone. Yeah, I feel like this one is the best, like in focus wiper. So I think that might be our best option. So let's see, let's put this on. Let's see what we got. Got these four. And I think I'm between these two. This one for blur, this one for focus. That said, I guess we got to make up like where the wiper comes from. But just seeing just seeing the specific shape that the wiper makes. It is in the corner here. That's like the pivot point. Pretty easy to figure out. So we could have, this one honestly fits pretty well. Could be like somewhere around here to just like cross by our fairy. This one has a bit more of a perspective to it, I guess. If we give it a little bit of movement blur, I think we can cheat it, so it'll still look decent. So the wiper goes up to there, goes a little bit off camera. Yeah, they're a bit different. This one's a bit darker, obviously. But yeah, if we fix up the colors, select subject does not work here. So we're gonna have to select this manually, like the good old times. Okay, see you later, Bill. Enjoy your meal. Oh yeah, really funny. Just before the stream, I was looking at Instagram, and despite my well-documented mistrust of Adobe, I follow like their accounts on Instagram and stuff, just because I want to like sometimes heckle them in the comments. And they posted about like new features, like new basic features. It was like a poll, like, oh, which one do you want to see first? But which I didn't care about. But it was new ones of these, new adjustment layers for the first time in like decades. So I left them a comment saying like, congratulations to all the workers that have been released from the shackles, all the workers at Photoshop that have been released from the shackles of corporate demands and can now do actual features instead of making AI slop for years. It's not like revolutionary features. It's all stuff that is in Camera Raw Filter, right? If you do Camera Raw Filter, Ctrl-Shift-A, you get, that's the wrong thing. You get to this menu, right? And within it, you got these effects: texture, clarity, dehaze, and grain. These would be essentially ways of making those effects into like separate layers. So if you just want to do a little bit of that dehaze filter, you don't have to do a whole Camera Raw thing. You can have it as its own layer, so it sits on top of everything. It's good. It's a good thing to think about, right? Good things to add. That probably should have been added decades ago, because those things have been in Photoshop for a long time. They just haven't been available in an easier form where it's a live filter instead of something you apply at the end. Yeah, it's like the first non-AI slop thing we've seen on Photoshop for a while, which, dare I say, gives me a slight, very slight amount of hope that the AI bubble might be over, because if Photoshop is starting to do other things, maybe they've just released their workers and they can now do actual things. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I might be too hopeful. This might be the hopium talking. Okay, so that's windshield possibility number 1. And this one would be number 2, which is going to be a little harder to implement because of the blur. The blur looks good, though. I think it might be implemented in 2 steps. This one is selected manually. So I'm just going to copy this layer. The first bit is just going to be everything that sits below here. The other way. There we go. And that's just going to be manual selection like I just did. where I just try to keep the blur, but it's going to need some more manual adjustments, while the other layer is probably just going to be a multiply layer. Okay, there's a little bit of rain here and stuff, so it's not perfect, but just to test what it would look like. Okay, so that's the other one, and we can turn it into that multiply layer I was talking about. And then just darken the dark bits and brighten the white bits. And that just did a weird thing. Oh, I guess I canceled it. Oh. That might be better. Without color. Okay, definitely need some manual adjusting. Hey Duck, how you doing? How do you decide on which one to do next? Vibes, honestly. I can't quite... I don't have like a method for it. I have a big list of ideas, and you know, since I stream, when I'm preparing for like a week of streams, I'll try to sort of balance it where so that, you know, for example, this week I wanted to do at least like 1 or 2 Dreadfair streams, but apart from that, I'll do like 1 stream that is for an ongoing series and 1 stream that is more like a one-off thing that just works on its own to sort of balance things out. Because if I only work on one-off things, it's fun, but it gets a little like boring after a while. I want to do longer stories, and if I only work on longer stories and series and stuff, then I won't like post anything at all for months, and that's not good for social media algorithms. And you know, I also don't want to only do long stories. Sometimes I just want to do a fun concept. So yeah, no, weaker streams, I'll try to keep a sort of balance between those two things. So I'll say like, hey, let's do 1 for Megalomorpha, like we did yesterday, and 1 for one-off concept, like we're doing today, and so on. Okay, it's not perfectly done, this effect, but just to compare it to the more in focus one. Yeah, I think the in focus one is going to be better. For sure. So yeah, let's keep working with this one. At least for now. Oh, gotta do the tippy top in case we use it. Yeah, and I guess one thing with the windshield wiper is that obviously it's outside, so I'm gonna have to find a way to add all these little like wipes and scratches and little dots on top of the wiper, which might be kind of hard. Here's the thing. Okay, so I'm going to create a layer here, and that's going to be both the wiper and the area where the fairy may be. So, you know, like just a wide area. And I'm going to make that into just a fill layer with some 50% gray, like this. And then we're going to put this on top, like the layer itself on top of it again. And maybe we find a way to overlay all the whites, like streaks on top of it, and the little dots. Might be the best way to do it. So yeah, maybe with some screen, and we want to see the gray essentially. We only want to see the white streaks on top of the gray without the background. And of course, we can do manual adjusting later. So for example, this path, we can just manually delete that. And this white area. So let me remove anything that's from the background instead of the glass itself. Some of it's going to be up for interpretation, but the idea is to get this sitting on top of the wiper. And we're going to have to make up some more. So for example, since here we're only seeing the white background, we don't get any of those streaks there. But since the wiper is in front of it, realistically we'd be seeing streaks like these. So I'm thinking maybe we can just like cheat those a little bit. We just change the angle of the clone source. We do something like this. Now we reveal that. Does that work? It's not perfect. But hopefully we can adjust it like this. That's more like it, yeah. Okay, we got something workable. Thank you for introducing me to SCP Archives. I'm glad you found through me. Hey fish, we're splattering a fairy on this windshield. Once we finish the windshield itself. Which of my mini-series would you say are closer to being a main series? I think none of them compared to like Fractal Megalomorpha. So the other ones are just like not as narrative, they're little collections of things. Hey dumbass, thought it would be a good idea to not bring your computer to vacation. Oh, I think that's a great idea. You gotta disconnect. You gotta log off from time to time. I think it's good for the brain. is what our layer looks like. Pretty cool. Anyway, I got this more or less working. I want to blur the edge around the wiper. So it's going to have a bit of a white outline, but then you can go into blend if and do current layer. Sort of fade that out. To get hopefully a more natural edge. And I think that more or less does it. Although it does it. No, it actually doesn't. This needs to be all the way up here. Because the wiper goes all the way there. So it needs to go like slightly off screen. So yeah, that doesn't change too much. We only need to sort of redo this little chunk. There we go. Fuck, fairies always still in my dishes of honey that I leave conveniently in the forest. Toasted fresh pick of our hyena. Want to see that? Oh, that's hyena. Oh, the beast. Give it tiny dishes full of ice to cool off. Oh. Surviving the heat. Hope people are doing good. The ones that are stuck in the heat wave right now. Okay. We got that more or less working. Now I think it's time to figure out the fairy. Our main bits. So, okay, I'm gonna remove all the other background layers just to clean up a little bit. They're not too hard to find if we ever need them again. Oh! The actual wiper is here. Whoops, we gotta remove that. Can't have that. Yeah, but that should be like pretty easy clone stamp right there. This is a very blurry area, so that makes the clone stamp that much easier. Is it? Oh, it's cloning from current layer. Current and below, please. There we go. I was like, it worked for a second and then it stopped. Strange. It's really easy to get away with weird clone stamping if you're in a blur patch. Because the blur takes care of it. It just smoothes everything over, so you can just kind of wing it. Where's Bean? He's currently... Where is he? Oh, back there. Sleeping on the floor. It might just be a little cooler there. Welcome back, Mechtel. Okay, we've set up the background, I think. More or less, can go over things if need be. But now we actually figure out the fairy. That we don't have, like, ghost wipers. Okay, so... Where's the fairy sitting? And also, which direction is the wiper going? If it rests here, it's going that direction, right? Depends on if it's like going or coming back. But if the fairy is mid-wipe, the fairy is currently being wiped, it would make sense to have it be going in this direction instead of like coming back, right? Because if it were coming back, it would have already smashed the fairy, and then it's just wiping the fairy fluids all over the windshield. So I guess if it's like doing the first approach, so we get more of the fairy, we could be going that way, which means we can get the fairy to wait. That's the eraser brush. We can put the fairy like here. Maybe give it big wings. And yeah, we can do 4 or 2. I don't know, depending on what kind of bug we go for. Bit of a humanoid body. But at this point it's being crushed. So the rest we get is just, hold on. And I guess it's better if it's in the direction of the wipe. And we can also figure out how big we make it, but yeah, it's just... like the legs are just two weird streaks, you know?
Looking like a chalk outline at a crime scene. Oh wait, that's not the right direction. It's pretty close to what I did. It needs to have a bit more curve to it. Like that. Oh, I remember the Siren Head content farm thing. It was really strange. There were children videos with like Spider-Man and Elsa and Siren Head. Odd stuff, for sure. Also, do we give our fairy a bit of an insectoid? Insectoid limbs, I think that might be good, right? I default to Weevil. Just because I know how to draw the weird little legs. But you can do any sort of insectoid leg. So yeah, we can have like... I was thinking insectoid, because that way we could have like little bits of the exoskeleton just like dragging behind in the goop. So you get like, you know, a little piece of a leg, some broken off ones. Something like that. It would also feel less gory than a like vertebrates splatter, you know? That robot, thank you for the follow. So yeah, we can do something like this, and then we just figure out like what size we want it to be. I feel like decently big, right? It's the main subject of our photo anyway, so... that said, we need to have the streak follow the streaks in the car. So the leg splatter should follow that, and the upper body can be like a little bit. It doesn't have to exactly follow it because it's being like pushed. So yeah, how about that for our fairy? And we can figure out like the specific anatomical details as we go. I feel like humanoid with a bit of an insectoid vibes, but we're gonna stick like pretty fairy tale, so not super gross. It has to look sort of pretty. So, what's up, Bean? Did I scare you? I was just pulling out a book. So, not too dissimilar from this we're talking about with the insect wings, sort of humanoid body plan, but not with a horror tinge to it, because I feel like the more fairy tale like it appears like it, the better for them, for the joke. Enjoying Dredge? Nice. I'm glad. It's a great game. Bill, people nowadays, when they see something they don't trust, they'll just say it's AI. It's like other ways of faking stuff don't exist, which is really annoying. I get that a lot. We have a whole long storied industry of visual effects that they're being completely forgotten. AI ruins so much, for real. We are running over a Fae. Yes. This one's more of a feint. That doesn't translate well in verbally, but been good, Duck. I mean, I've been sick, and then my sleep disorder kicked in. So for the couple of weeks before this one, I was not that good, but now I'm good. So that's what matters. There was one post talking about a huge mountain of Jupiter's moon Io. Half the comments were like saying Jupiter doesn't have a surface. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. What do we use for the fairy? That's what I'm thinking about. Obviously the wings, insects, and if we want to stay like very fairy tale like, dragonfly has like sort of a shimmery vibe. Carpenter bees. I guess, yeah, dragonfly is like really transparent. I don't know, it could work. I'm not quite sure yet. Let me take these two. Being so transparent, it's going to be hard to make these pop against the background. Is what I'm thinking. They just sort of blend in too much, and once you add a little bit of blur, you sort of lose it all. So that might not be it. I get we could try carpenter bees again. We just did that yesterday, but it's for different things, so I feel like it might bear repeating. Let's go into iNaturalist. We go for carpenter bees. And we search here for pictures with free license. And oh, look at this one with the broken wings. Having a broken wing like this might be really good. Also, yeah, I'm choosing carpenter bees specifically because they have these very, very nice, like shimmering wings sometimes. Not all of them. Yeah, some of them have these more opaque, sort of slightly pearlescent wings. Some of them have like pretty regular bee wings, like this one. Look at this though, they're so beautiful. We've been through exactly this yesterday. I could go on and on about these bees. One of my favorite insects. Not quite a weevil, but pretty good. So ideally I would like the front view of the wings, because it's going to have a slightly different texture to it, but I don't mind using the other side. It's probably going to be just easier to find. These ones have a little hole in them, like a little transparency. Very interesting. But yeah, again, transparency is going to make it a little harder for us.
An Ursine customer reiterated their order at the fast food point. It was ever repeating.
Beetle type wings. If we do beetle type wings, it should be 2 of them, because they have the elytra as their first set of wings. You have a patch of mushrooms in your garden that's in a circle. If you just step in it, yes, yes, step in it. Nothing bad will happen. Step into the fairy ring. Eight wings like a seraphim. Fun concept, but we want to stick really close to like fairy tale type vibe for this. We're not trying to come up with like an original interpretation on fairies, because we want it to be like instantly recognizable as a fairy, because the joke is that we're killing it, not that we don't want to like dissolve some of that focus with like an interesting new take on fairies. We can do that some other day too. So Bean, do you want your plastic ring? It's right here if you want to play with it. I did not even look at it. Alright, let's keep looking for wings. Free ruler? Awesome. Okay, we're getting to the ones we used for yesterday's edit. I love this one with the blue eyes. They're so striking. Oh yeah, I'm silly. I should go to the USGSB inventory. Hold on, I got a link to that somewhere. USGSB inventory. This is an account on Flickr managed by someone at the US Geological Survey, where they're surveying bees, and it's clearly someone with a real passion for macro photography. And since they work for a federal government thing in the US, by law they have to publish everything they put out in the public domain, which just creates this beautiful collection of photos that are completely free to use of insects. Look at that! Look at that beautiful pupa! That is shoe in for Megalomorpha if I ever do more pupa stuff. Where's my button to? Wait. I'll just save it here for now. I want to have this one later. Also, look, another pupa ish. I think it's some kind of in between stage, but really cool nonetheless. In any case, let's go to just a photo stream, I guess. It'll probably just be the more recent ones. I really hope these people kept their jobs in the recent US cuts. I hope the bee people made it. They're my heroes. What is that? Oh, bird's nest fungi. That's funny. Good name for them. Here we have some shimmery wings. So what I was looking for. And these ones have perfectly black backgrounds, which just makes it so much nicer for editing. These are hymenopteran wings, which means they're usually stuck together by sort of biological Velcro. A lot of insect wings, insects tend to have 4 wings. Their wings would be separate, right? But in bees and wasps and ants, they're hymenopterans, which means like membrane wings or something like that. They have it refers to their wings being like kind of stuck together. And I don't know what kind of advantage this gives them. It might just be like, like a flying speed advantage. In any case, with like dead specimens, like sometimes the wings will be unstuck, but usually you'll see them like this in nature. It's an easy way of recognizing hymenopterans, is that usually the wings will be stuck together, unless, they're dead. And you would kind of spread them. But these ones are really good because they're kind of broken, and, for this splattered fairy, they would make sense. We kind of got the legs here in the middle, but we can clone stamp that out. So this one's a good one. Let's give it a download and keep looking through. Also, yeah, it has that shimmery feeling I was looking for. And honestly, we could just use something like this too, where it's just kind of bent in the wing. That's a possibility as well. Although this edge is not super well done. Yeah, like one of the unsung victims of AI is that now people will see anything that sounds unbelievable and they'll just think directly that it's AI. So it actually makes it harder to spread like, you know, like science education and that sort of thing. If things are like easily discounted as AI. Because it is, unfortunately, it's a good instinct to have because we're surrounded by slop and the internet is full of things you can't trust. Whoa, look at these. Beautiful shimmer on those. Really good. Also, like, you know, you can see how the wings fit together. And this ones are stuck, these ones are unstuck. But you can see they fit like puzzle pieces. That was a great shimmer. Okay. Let's see. Ideally, finding one with that shimmer but broken would be perfect, but might be a little hard. Because the wings probably need to be fairly intact to get that full, like, shimmery feel. Very cool one. They're kind of on top of each other, unfortunately. Ooh, jumping spider. They're so cute. Fairy splatter? What? That's what you hear. We're killing a fairy. Hey light, hey soup. There was another post I saw of a lady saying, if dinosaurs were real, wouldn't we see their bones everywhere? Has this person ever heard of fossils? Weevil. Beautiful weave. Okay, I think we got enough. We got enough wings. Let's jump back into Photoshop. Okay, let me drag these in.
Ida said out loud, that's what fossils are.
A pink manta ray? Awesome. I didn't know they made them in that color. Okay, here we have a set of wings. I mean, we could have a more intact set and a more broken set. Or sort of mix and match, maybe. So we get this set. Now let's do the other one. Let's just get both sets. Let's see if Photoshop will do a good selection of this. Not really, but don't know why I specifically got a bit of the background. The easiest part to do. Okay. If I do select subject, it'll probably work better. Yeah, there we go. And then maybe I do this. See if that works. That's better. Okay, so we got two sets of wings here. And we do the same to these for the more broken edges. Fossils were faked by the government. Paleontologists find fossils because they're secretly working for the government. You know, completely ignoring the very real black market of fossils that's existed for a long time. The kinds of strange conspiracy theories that are being born on the internet and spreading through social media are fascinating sometimes. The Great Flood one. What the fuck is Photoshop doing? Okay, the Great Flood one is an interesting one. That's people who believe there used to be this giant, powerful civilization called the Tartarians, who were essentially conquered all the entire world. But then there was a big mud flood all over the world that completely destroyed their civilization. And then every single world government agreed to hide the existence of the Tartarians to everybody. But if you're an eagle-eyed internet user, you can discover the truth. And they keep pointing towards, things like, buildings being like that used to be like that are now like lower in the streets than they used to be because the streets get filled in. That's a thing that's been happening for thousands of years. Archaeologists can attest to, and they're like, this building used to be like higher up, but now it's been covered in the mud flood. Really weird things like that. Grand Canyon used to be part of Egypt because there's a big river and a rock that kind of looks like a pyramid. Oh my god. Okay, these wings have very different shapes. Yeah, I do like how broken they are. So I'm thinking we either... Okay, just gonna take this. Googly eyes. Let's wait for them to pop up. There they are. Let's work on our wings here. So we can throw our googlies on the sketch. Perfect. Googly eyes for the return. It's good to see you, Trash. We found bacteria from Mars? Wait, really? When? Was I so online that I missed life on Mars? All geological signs of life existing. I mean, close enough to life on Mars. Huge if true. Okay, so my idea is to combine the edges of the broken wings with like the structure and shimmeriness, if that's a word, of the other wings. we leave one sort of intact so we can see the full shimmery vibe. And we sort of break down the other ones. Okay, so they're not going to fit together as well, but I'm fine with that. Evidence of bacteria. Okay, so if this were a few years back, I think they found like things that pointed towards, but not quite like fossilized bacteria. That would be huge. It's just like building evidence. Furby is officially releasing a long Furby model. I hate the capitalism of this. Yeah, it's fun because it's like a handmade thing. If it's Furby, that makes it loses the appeal, doesn't it? It's a sin that must be committed at home with your own hands and brought into the world with your own ill intentions. Yes, exactly. Couldn't have put it better.
One day, NASA will be brave enough to say we found alien life, and it will be a fun day for the people who idolize James Kirk's ideals of making contact with aliens.
I mean, likely if we find alien life, it's going to be bacteria, but I assume you mean like intelligent life. Yeah, Minute Man covers a lot of conspiracy theories, yes. I've seen some of his videos. He's good. Okay, let's break this wing next, and I think we'll leave it at that. We'll leave this one sort of intact. Okay, so we take another copy of this. Put it together with the other one.
I assume it's going to start with bacteria. That alone is gonna shake up the whole planet to explain. You know, people are going to freak the fuck out thinking aliens are real, even if they were very tiny little guys.
A lot of people would probably freak out, yeah. It would definitely be a fun day. Hope we're live for that. Okay, so we got semi-broken fairy wings. And that way we can take, okay, these are one set and the other set. Now we can put them much closer to each other and find their spot. And I guess since they're being dragged, it would make sense if they were like pointing downwards a little bit. sort of like this. We're slowly getting somewhere. Let me see the cursed official Furby. I hate that. I hate this thing. Official long Furby. No. It looks too cute. It's not a sin. It's not a sinful being. No, no. I don't believe in this. Long Furbies must be handcrafted.
That's it with fire.
The boy meditating with it? Hold on, I missed that photo. Why is the boy meditating? What? Creepy thing. Okay, now I'm thinking, what do we make the body and face out of? Because I don't want to do straight up human. Because at that scale, it would just look too weird. So I guess we need something humanoid without being fully human. Maybe monkey? Like smaller monkeys, not apes. Should we give our fairy this type of face? I mean, it could be screaming in pain, but like it might be too hairy. I'm not sure. Let's consider this for a second. New Furbies are just stuffed animals. The old Furbies were imbued by spirits from the void. They were slightly creepy, and I think that's, you know, why they were cool, honestly. Okay, let's remove the little thing here. Is that an acceptable fairy face? I'm not sure. I guess we need something humanoid. I'm not sure if that type of monkey is it. First of all, it's very hairy. Hi, Bean. Hi, come over. Jump. You want to make you some space. Jump up. You want me to pick you up? Are you that lazy? Come on. There you go. Come on, jump. Yes! The jumper! Look at him. Look at his entire being. Well, thanks for the safe reminder. The bean. Hello, little man. Come over. Do you wanna jump up? You wanna do shoulder bean? There he is.
I love how healthy map like you're checking the size of a fish.
We gotta. Whoa, hold on. Stable camera moment. There he is. The one and only boy. Oh, you wanna come up? He's thinking about it. Come on.
Fairy is monkey.
Come on, Bean. Stop moving the mic. He loves scratching his face against the mic. Oh, there he goes. Whoop, good job. Your treats. Did you see the drool? He just drooled all over my t-shirt. Oh man, you are slobbering kitty. Hold on, let me get that fully drop. There we go. Wash your face. Drooly cat. Lucas, thank you. Okay, where were we? Yes, so monkey face. Not quite sure. It could be facing backwards. It would go with the theme. In both of our edits here, we can't see the face of the creature. We can only see the back of the gnome's face, and it's very humanoid, the gnome. And I guess this one's from the front, but we can't quite see it, right? There's always a little bit of a layer of, we're not seeing it perfectly splayed out. And in this case, I guess we are doing that, but we don't have to. We could be looking at the back of the fairy, so we can see like a head of, sort of like long blonde hair or something. I did use monkey for the gnome, for the hands specifically. Those are monkey hands. That was the only like visible part of like skin part of it, except for the the back of the neck. Hello, Bean. Do you want to be a model for the fairy? You'd do great. So we could do something like bug-like for the torso. So we could use things like this. But then give it sort of a humanoid head. That's a possibility. The fairy was flying there unaware and got slammed. Yeah. Yeah, not seeing the face make it just slightly mysterious, which might be the vibe. Yeah, let's see. Let's do blonde and get some heads of blonde hair. We could do like someone against a window. Like, how do you like face window? Someone against glass. If we find something like that. So we could have like the hair like pressed against the window, but that's like a very specific thing that we might not find. A pressed window. Smooshed. Nothing here. Smooshed. Yeah, that's too specific of a word, yeah. Okay, so hair and window. Nothing like what I'm thinking about. Oh, maybe someone's sleeping against the window, like in a bus or something. Might be. No, sleep in window. Nothing. Sleep bus. Nah. What do you think, Bean? Yeah, I think specifically hair smushed against the window is gonna be hard. Let's just go with normal head of hair. So let's just look for blonde again. Hello, Bean. You're so full of love today. Save 2 snakes? Those snakes? Oop. No, Preston Glass gave me nothing. So I'm looking for hair that's like easy to cut out. Maybe that's a little messy. So like this one, we get the back of someone's head. Pretty good. But it'd be too, like, clean cut. Maybe like someone's hair against the wind or something might do better. I mean, it's gonna be hard because we're looking at pictures of like models and stuff. So not usually gonna have like really messy hair, but you never know. I guess I could just search for messy hair. Okay, have some hair here. You don't get the back of the head, but could be useful. You get this really scruffy bird. Oh yeah, we could do something like a pony. It's sort of like matted a little bit. So it doesn't feel quite like human hair. It's like exploding hair. Hi, Bean. Yes, I love you too. You're very warm on my shoulders. Do you know that? But it's fine, because I love you. No? He sort of taught himself that kissing sounds means headbutting. Because if he headbutts me, I'll kiss him like this. Right? So he sort of like taught himself that association. So when I do kissing sounds, he'll often headbutt me. Come on. I guess not when he's on my shoulders, but when he's standing in front of me, I'll try it. Hey, Mooly. People believe that the devil will rise from the Earth's core at Denver Airport. He's actually too precious. He is so precious, yes. Get a good look at this bean.
I taught one of my cats that as a child, it make the kissing sound and so let me kiss her head a lot. Virgulilla.
Virgulilla. Yeah, it's really funny how he sort of taught himself that. Oh, look at his face. He loves that.
Oh, Bean.
Oh. He loves it. His favorite spot. Under here. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. That's the good spot, isn't it? You're purring really hard right now, are you? Yes, you are. Beautiful boy. Are you gonna fall asleep? Are you falling asleep? Oh. He's made of pure love and kindness. Okay. Oh. Too close. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Oh, first of all, this group is going to be called Behind Glass, and that's like the wiper and everything. These are the wings. And that's, of course, going behind the glass. So it just gives it those little streaks on top. And obviously, once we're done with the fairy, we're gonna have to blur it a bit. So, but first of all, we're gonna do it clearly. Sent in operating room. Adding TikTok Mary Poppins cosplayer respond to allegation that he was wearing a Third Reich medal in his latest fit by coming out as a reincarnation of Adolf Hitler, complete with past life memories before his entire social media presence was nuked, with the sole exception of their egg-laying kick Spotify playlists to the internet treasure vault. Oh my god. Can you repeat that, but instead of repeating it, say something completely different, thank you. Incredible. I think I've seen that TikTok video. Also, Bean is slowly just sliding off of my shoulders. Do you wanna go? Okay, don't slide off. There you go. There you go. Put your butt up. Hey, sweet. Bienvenido, bienvenida. Oh, see you, fish. Have a good night. Conspiracy theory that Hitler is still alive in Argentina. I mean, I don't think they actually believe he's still alive today, because that would not be realistic. But they, it's been a thing since after the Second World War. A lot of people thought that. Because a lot of like high-ranking Nazis went off to Argentina to live under like false names and stuff. So it was like an assumption that some people made. So that's an old conspiracy theory, really. Okay, let's figure out the hair. I kind of dig the idea of just using like a pony. It's not quite human hair, it's a little messy. I don't know. And we can make it sort of the back of the fairy's head with that. Also, let me put the sketch back here. Okay, where's the hair? Oh, up here. It kind of works, to be honest. I guess the hair has to be wiping in the direction, the correct direction, so this way. You want to go, Bean? Or are you just resettling your butt? You want to jump on? Lenin's preserved corpse being an immortal vampire. Had not heard that one before. You got 23andMe. Oh, one of those like DNA things. I have a family member did it. I've never done it because I don't trust what they do with people's data. But I had an aunt of mine do it. And at least, yeah, on my mom's side, it's like north of France, like Brittany, a bit of Spain, a bit of Scandinavia, I think, and a little bit Italian. Oh, sorry, Bean. I touched your ear. Well, Bean is covering part of the tablet. Oh, Bean, you want to do art? It's been so long. Hold on. Let me quickly get your canvas ready, Mr. Artist. Hold on, it'll be a second. Okay. Is this good? Yes. Bean. Okay, do art. Come on. Come on. You want to do some art? What? You want to do art? Beep, boop, beep, boop. Oh, he just moved my Photoshop. Hold on, let me put this back where it belongs. There. What else are you making, little bean? Come on. Hold on. Let me put you like closer to the center. You want to be an artist? Yes.
I think he just wants to be present in the creative process. He knows the pen does a thing and he wants to help do that thing.
He loves doing the thing. There he goes. Okay, that was a tiny little thing. You got anything else in store for us? Anything else? Okay. Whoa, beautiful little snake you just drew. Okay, here we have an assortment of bean lines. The specific spacing of them was my doing because... Oh, there we go. The screen is full of bean hair, so... Gotta clean that up. So, Bean is looking at his art right now. This is what we got. We got an assortment of bean lines. What do you guys think this means? Should we put them in a line in order of making? It's like the start of a dog face. I think that this one are like very separate, so they might just be symbols meant to be interpreted in a line. I think this was the order of them. I think this was just me. Just pressing down to wait for his command, for his inputs. So this is the actual like sequence of sigils he created for us. I want to hear your interpretation. What does it mean? What was Bean trying to say with this? Let me take a clean this bean snot off my screen first of all. Nah, gonna need some water. Let me take a screenshot and send it to the Discord as well, because it's been a while since we got bean arts. We need to celebrate this.
The stage of WORM.
It means squid bits. I think it might mean squid bits. And lucky for this cat, lucky for you, Bean, I have just the thing. Squid bits! Yes! You're getting one for that beautiful bean arts. Yes, you are. That way it'll motivate you to be a better artist. Big squid bits. Squid bits, they're spicy. It's like squid jerky, but spicy, and for some reason he loves it. Despite the spice. Or because of it? I'm not sure. Haven't tried giving him the non-spicy ones. They exist, but... Here. Have this bit too. Ooh, yeah. The squid bits. He's going crazy over them.
Is so excited for his treat. What a good baby.
He goes crazy for this. No, beef jerky's beef bits. Okay, Bean, one last squid bits. Just because of your beautiful art, you deserve the entire world. Look at him. Go for it. He loves that stuff. Yummy.
Cats can taste spice like cuero. Cara sonriente, it registers en sweet.
No, because spicy is supposed to affect all mammals, right? Capsaicin, the spicy molecule, is specifically meant to trick the heat receptors in the tongues or in the digestive systems of mammals, but not birds, because we have different heat receptors. And yeah, capsaicin is meant for, you know, to make chili peppers like not pleasant to mammals, but pleasant to birds, so that birds eat them and spread them further away. It's a tactic to spread your seed further. So I don't know. He's just built different. He likes spicy food. He also likes like the vinegar water that's in pickles. He loves the pickle juice. For real. He goes bananas for pickle juice. And it's like really salty and vinegary. Here we go. Bean arts. Let's group this. Call it bean arts.
And then humans were like, we like the yummy payments products it worldwide.
Yeah. Humans are funny like that. A lot of flavors and molecules that are meant to dissuade. Whoa! Bean is just cuddly. A lot of molecules and stuff that are meant to dissuade animals from eating certain plants. We just sort of happen to love them.
Pickle juice is called brine BTW.
Is it also brine if it's vinegar? Brine is just salt and water, right? I mean, I'm not sure. That's what I thought, though. Okay, so you're making this like more blonde. I guess it should be darker because it's against the window. Everything that's against the window is going to be pretty dark. I'm also thinking the wings should have a little translucency. Oh man, color dodge looks really good. Hold on, let me turn the wings into a single layer. We can go in and edit it later, but can I? Wait. My shortcuts aren't working. Photoshop? What the? It's supposed to be on Val's settings. That's my settings. So why are my shortcuts? Okay, Gaussian blur shortcut is working. Okay, there we go. It's working now. I guess I just had to remind Photoshop that my shortcuts were in place. Anyway, color dodge. And maybe underneath a little bit of multiply, but make that soft. And that way we get that little bit of translucency from the wings. Maybe too much, not sure. Dwarves actually despise food they give to humans because their poison tolerance is so high that spices would kill us. That's fun. Do humans eat salt? Salt is rocks. Humans don't eat rocks. I like that. That's a good little world building thing. Okay, so that I think works for the wings. Now, what do we make the body out of? Bean, what do you think? It's a good base for a humanoid body. That would work for a fairy. Should the fairy be wearing clothes? That's another question. Because the dwarf, not the dwarf, the gnome was. In the gnome edit, it is wearing clothes. It's not added question. What's the more traditional fairy? Let's look for fairy on Google Images, and that's the brand. Fairy creature. Toga is an option. Flower petals, that's another classic. See, it's not quite like human clothing. Not usually, at least. Sometimes it is, but... yeah, stuff made out of flowers might be good. Or some sort of white sheets. Elf village with a lawnmower.
Flowers and cobwebs.
Cobwebs, yes. I mean, they would definitely fashion their little humanoid clothes out of cobwebs and things like that. Okay, let's find a flower. I don't know much about flowers, by the way, so we might just look for flower and look for one that has kind of dress-like vibes. Like this one. It's the same one as this, but this one is a bit wider. Or this one here. Okay, let's try one of these. Bean, you're making this really hard because you're sitting right on my tablet. I wonder if it just gets slightly warmer, and that's why he likes it. Let me see if I can reposition the bean. Perfect. It worked. Generally, he won't agree with that. With my repositioning attempts. They're bugs that shed their carapace. Most of them, yeah. The ones that don't are the ones that do full metamorphosis. The ones that go through a bunch of nymph stages. Between each one, they will, you know, shed their carapace entirely. And I guess full metamorphosis bugs also do. They just do it once, right? The one time they, like, exit their pupa. Oh, I guess the thing is, it's being crushed, so I guess we might get like part of the flower. And then the rest of it is just like broken petals. He likes the warm. Yeah, but the tablet, it's not warm at all to the touch. It's actually colder, slightly colder just because of the material. It's slightly, it feels slightly colder than the mat here. Oh, more googlies. Do we put more googlies? I guess she's not facing us anymore, so we put them in the forest. The creature. With butterflies, it's full liquid. But they still shed like the exoskeleton from the pupal stage when they reach their adult stage. So the pupa itself gets left behind. Get another similar, another tablet just for bait. That'll be an expensive bait. Maybe when this one finally breaks down. It's been serving me well for, I think, more than 7 years at this point. Ridiculous amount of time. Okay, so I'm thinking like where to put this. The wings should go on top, by the way, because we're looking at it from the back. So the wings should be attached to the body wherever it is, and the hair should be on top of the wings, and the clothing should be below. Oh, this is a fun one, but the problem is we don't get to see anything that's below the windshield wiper. That's gonna be all crushed. So this one, it's just... Oh, the opposite way. Just get this. Which might be good on its own. We just don't get the bit that looks more like a skirt. So I guess we don't actually have to keep that, so we can reshape it a bit. Yeah, they turn into goop, but they retain memories from caterpillar stage, which is really just such an interesting thing. And not just butterflies, like every insect with full metamorphosis. So that includes butterflies, moths, obviously, but also beetles, bees, ants, wasps, flies. What am I missing? I mean, that's like most bugs right there. In terms of like species diversity, especially beetles. Beetles are just incredibly diverse. To the point where I think there's more weevil species, which are inside beetles. I think there's more weevil species than all of vertebrates or something like that. The numbers are around that magnitude. This is an insect's world. We're just living in it. Koroho Empire. Imagine if fairies started out as caterpillars and goopified to get wings. I love that.
25% of total species on the planet are beetles.
25% of total species is brutal, yeah. Okay, I'm talking about limbs. I think we should go insectoid, however you pronounce that. And what kind of insect? I'm leaning a little bit towards weevils because I just like how they have little hands. They have little boots. We do have a couple of bees on hand right now. But those are very hairy limbs. I guess this one isn't.
And God said, behold my many creations, especially beetles.
Caterpillars don't actually have too many limbs. They just have 6. They may have something that looks like limbs, but aren't. But they'll usually have, you'll see it especially in beetles. Let me show you. You'll see that they'll actually just have like 3 pairs of regular limbs. And some of them have these like much less pronounced. So it doesn't look, you know, as much like a limb. And then behind they'll often have little pads in each of the segments that help them walk. That may look like little limbs sometimes, but they're false limbs. The actual, like, real movable limbs are those. And the little pads are just for, sort of, I guess, to create friction with the ground and stuff, and scuttle along. Fairy grub, that would be fun. So if our fairy was insectoid, it would have 3 pairs of limbs, but we're just gonna go for 2, at least 2. We'll have 2 arms visible, sort of splayed out on the sides, and then the other 2 are just gonna be smushed. So but yeah, let's see. Oh, bean hair on my nose. This keeps happening.
This is reminding me of the caterpillars we had at work. I took one of them home cause it's coincidentum full correctly, but the rest got released just fine. They like to cling to things, so I got to have many of them walking on my hands.
Cute. That's very cute. Okay, let's go to the browser. And we were looking for carpenter beasts. Let's look for weevils, probably true weevils, Curculio. And we have the little heart weevil with the parasites. I love that one. And oh, and the googly eye weevil, one of my favorites. But we are looking for only their limbs. Oh no! Being captured. This is me when I lift up Bean. Look at those beautiful acorn weevil pictures. Oh, this might be perfect. Look at these limbs. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking about. They have like little ends there that look a little bit like hands. So they might make for good fairy limbs. I love weevils. They're the creatures of all time. Look at this one. What's up with those antennae? What are you plotting? This one has a little splayed out limb, but it's not too high quality. I love these ones with little bumps on them. So cute. Oh. Sorry, I could look at weevils for a while, but let's concentrate. Let's download a couple weaves. Thank you, Victor Heng, for that photo. Frying pan looking as an antenna. You wouldn't download a weevil. Don't tell me what to do. I would. I would do anything for a weevil. Don't test me. Okay, we're gonna get the 2 clearest front limbs. One of them's gonna have to be flipped. God, with bean hair over my nose, it's gonna make me sneeze. Okay, so it should come from underneath here, below the wings. And it obviously needs to be bigger. Okay, let's see if we can work with this. Well, first of all, I'm not going to turn them into smart objects quite yet. Because I got to fix up some of those edges. That's better. And then let's do hue saturation, some levels. I'm gonna reduce the color. I guess we gotta choose a color for this thing's body. Mostly it's going to be a silhouette because like the windshield wiper, we are looking at it through, we're looking, the light is on the other side. So we're sort of looking at its silhouette more than anything. That'll apply to the hair too, by the way. If the fairy could turn around, would see a weevil snoot. Yes, I love that. I accept that as part of the canon. Actually, should we use a little bit of weevil body as well? Oh, I pulled both of them in. To just sort of fill in the central area. So it's mostly going to be covered by other stuff, but it gives us a base. Goodbye, Snoot. I'll miss you. And we can take the little dress thingy, put it on top. Maybe I'll use other flower bits for clothes as well. See, like, I want it to be dark because it's, you know, the realistic thing to do. But also, I want it to contrast against the background. So that's going to be a bit of a tough balance with this piece. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. Waiting for that IRL googly eye. You decided where to put it. Okay, where are the other flowers we took? These are hair bits. Oh, here are more flowers. I think I should make like the base tone and on the limbs and stuff. Maybe a little bit more saturated, just so we get more contrast. And despite it being in the shadow, maybe a little lighter. So we add contrast, but we keep it. We keep it a little bit light. It's a little better. Let's check how we're doing compared to the sketch. I have lost the sketch though. I think it might be this. Okay, I think we could benefit from initially sketched, making the body a little smaller. I think the wings might also be slightly too big, although, you know, the size of the wings, I think that matters that much. We can always adjust it on the fly. Pun not intended. But let's try to go for, I guess I planned this from the front, but we're looking at the back, but still the proportions should apply. What do you think where do I think you should put it? I mean, that's your choice. There's prime space around the mic stand. Since that's usually on frame. Still not quite sure about this dress bit. So yeah, I think I've done the position of the body perfectly. And I think that's mostly just changing the dress and like which way it flows. It's being dragged along right now, and its legs are going to do this, get it spread like over here. But the body's like being dragged along in sort of an awkward position. Maybe I just want to make this smaller. You know, why not? Maybe I keep a little bit of the ends of this dress. If we can manage to make them look smushed against the glass. Like they went under the windshield wiper. And these two bits got pushed out. Okay, it's taken a humanoid shape. So that's pretty good so far. Maybe I want the wings to come out below. These little petals, or this big one. Yeah, something like that. Although this bit is kind of floating. Probably because I moved the wings around a bit too much. And this part of the wing needs to be brighter. Yeah, like that. We need good contrast between the silhouette. And since, you know, the wing is semi-transparent, especially for the wing, because this part of the ferry, like, it's being translucent, it's catching a lot of the light. So we're able to actually see it lit, as opposed to the main body, which is in the shadow. Okay, we're slowly putting this together. What do you guys think so far? Is it not humanoid enough? Is it... I'd love to know what you think in general. As to the recognizability of this thing as a fairy so far. Hey Alex, how you doing? We are killing a fairy today. It reads fairy? Great. That's the most important thing. You know, this whole bit is in the shadow, but there's not a lot we can do about that because it is behind the wiper, and you know, the light source is very much like external, so we're a bit limited to see what we can do there. And I could still go a different direction with the hair. I'm still not fully convinced on this one. We could go with a human hair, so it's a little bit like cleaner and stuff, but I feel like we also need some sort of structure around the shoulders to make it a bit more humanoid. So, I mean, maybe we do use actual human for that. So it's gonna be behind other layers. I think we can get away with it. And we got, oh, this person's wearing a jean jacket. Not great, but it could be like this sort of structure support we need. And also, yeah, that human hair, which I want to at least test out. So maybe I just take this chunk. And obviously most of the jean jacket is going to be covered by things, so I think if we change the color of the jacket to something white, I think it would probably get away with it, but let's see. Let's try it out. I guess the problem with this hair is that it's just falling naturally to the sides instead of being like blown around. So I don't love that. Could be combined, sure. No, I don't think this one works. Okay, let's find other pictures that might work here. We have this one that's just hair. This one's just messy hair. Wait, a bit too messy. So I don't know if that's something we could use. But I could give it a try just with a quick selection and seeing if it does anything for us. Like combined with the other hair. Yeah, maybe. Man, I love Golden Sun music. Anyone in chat fondly remembers the Golden Sun? It was one of my favorite games when I was a kid. They were, both of them.
There was a book I read when I was younger and it had pressed fairies in it. Very
Oh, love that.
creepy.
I have the evolution of that. This one. Okay, this bit of like messy hair makes it feel like a lot more like a splats, which is fun. So I'm already using this bit. Okay, I'll keep the messy hair. The monkey. I forgot about the screaming monkey. I got jump scared by my own picture. Okay, Alex, have a good lurk. Oh, by looking at looking for pictures of back, we are risking the stream getting banned. Should we risk it for the biscuit? It was a search for back that got us the stream banned back in the day. So we should be a little worried. And I guess where are we looking for? We're looking for shoulders, right? Oh, it might have been shoulder that we were looking for. Gotta stop showing skin. Cover myself up. So maybe this for shoulders. Bean. Maybe this one in the back. Slightly worried this one might get pinged by Twitch though. Let's try this one though. I'm mostly just interested in this little intersection here. Oh. And just put that below the hair. So this song is a bit repetitive. I can remove it from this list. No skin allowed, and most importantly, no shoulder massages. That'll get you banned from Twitch extremely quickly. The funny thing is that picture, the picture that got me banned, it only appeared for like a half second. It was extremely quick. Should we, question is, should we give the arms a bit of human skin texture? That'd be too creepy. Like keeping the bug proportions, but with human skin instead of weevil texture. Where are these? The hands and stuff. Not here. They're below, I guess. Oh, right here, group 2. Okay, now we change the colors. Is that too creepy? Maybe it is too creepy. Let's do that. We're trying to go for fairy tale proportions. So we can't do anything too weird with these. So adding a tiny bit of the forbidden body part, the shoulder. Pan's Labyrinth was a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale-like story, but it's not a literal fairy tale. I mean, there are fairies in it. But it's not strictly speaking a fairy tale. I'm trying to give you an in. The fairies do look like bugs, yeah. I don't know. We could edit the bug arms to have like multiple fingers. Might be good. So we take these little end bits, right, and we multiply them. So I take just this. Can I transform? Oh, I guess I am in transform menu. Hold on. There we go. One final one. I don't think this is going to be too visible once we actually like blur things and stuff, but hey, maybe someone will notice. Maybe someone will notice the slightly humanoid hand. I don't have plans for that, Bill. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. My plans, as with everything I do, are strange and improvised and inscrutable. That's how I like to live life. Only slightly humanoid, but maybe it helps. Maybe it helps. Maybe we make the arms flail around more, because these are the arms are not meant to be like stuck on the glass. They're like meant to be like she's prying the arms away a little bit and flailing them around. So maybe we give those a bit of motion blur. That might be fun. How do you plan on adding the signature? I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe on the streaks. I'm not quite sure. I'll see you at the end. Okay, let's take the arms entirely and turn that into a group, into a smart object. Call it arms. And I'm gonna do one copy of it. I'm gonna do a path blur. And, well, first of all, let's... stop. Cancel. Let's hide the original ones. Then do, once again, path blur. There we go. Okay. So we want to add several of these little arrows and edit blur shapes. Whoa, why'd you do that? Edit blur shapes, there we go. They're going to be at basically 0 around the shoulder. But then we're going to have a bigger arch. There we go. That's going to have a bigger blur around the edges. This filter is really nice if you can learn to work around the jank of it. It has a bit of jank, but it can make for some really fun blurs like this one, where it's not like a single blur going in a direction, but it's like stronger in different parts. It goes in different directions in different areas, which you could do individually by cutting the layer up in a bunch of separate segments, but it works very well for this. Thanks, Soup. Chalissa? That's a pretty fairy-like name. I'll give you that. What if we made her green? Actually, green works pretty well for the arms, maybe. I don't know. It does give us less contrast with the background, unless we make it really green. Could also be pink. Pink is good contrast with green. They're complementary colors, so. Go for a strong, there we go. Stronger pink. I don't know, pink could work. We should do the shoulders as well, if we do. Yes, the shoulders are a little bit scuffed. They're just meant to give a little bit of structure, but they are getting a little bit in the way. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, pink's pretty good. She's sparkly now. It's getting sparklier and sparklier every day. Okay, I'm going to call that body. It needs a little bit of shadow, like right around this little section here, where the wing goes in. Thank you for that save reminder. What does a Valdevian Discord role do? It gives you a role on the Discord called Valdevians. And a little googly L next to your name on the Discord. Okay, we call that hair. Could also mess with the color of the hair and go with like weird greens and stuff like that. I don't know. I think like some reason it has been decided through centuries of folklore that fairies are usually blonde. Sometimes redhead as well, but blonde seems to be the prevailing color. Gonna need more contrast on the whole body in general. Because the lighting is working, but like in terms of realism, but we need better readability. So we might have to go in on the top, just take the whole fairy, or at least the body of the fairy, which is if I take the wings, put that on top, give that a little blur or a little soft edge, and take everything below the wings. This. Call that the body. Your husband is making you keep your promise of working out every day. You should divorce him. Evil intentions. I feel like to get good contrasts, maybe we need to just make it really dark on one side and really bright on the other, or I mean that is pretty okay contrast. The wings are looking weird in this sort of contrast, but just thinking about the body. And obviously things can't be that dark, so that would have to be paired with a levels layer that sort of limits it a little bit. So it's not darker than the wiper. Now that's one option. The other option is to also light up the left side. Just maybe not as realistic because the light is coming from the top, from the sky, obviously. You know, giving it a little bit of just an edge on some of the side, maybe. It really looks like a lanky little human without the wings. Poor thing. Okay. See how we're doing compared to our sketch. We positioned the arms really close to the sketch without realizing. That's funny. Okay, now let's do the legs. And the legs should be all busted up. So, I'm wondering how to do that exactly. Maybe we just find pictures of dead bugs. Unfortunate for them, but it might be the key. Find some like crushed up bugs or something and try to like isolate little bits of it. Plus a splatter, obviously. I guess maybe we start with the splatter actually. So that's going to be below the body and everything. And let's start with like a fake blood splatter. And then turn that into something more glittery. Let's see. Do I have one that's just a big splatter? Maybe this one. Oh, wait. I have a better one. This one, I think. Yep. That one has a lot of like little particles. Yeah, we're gonna do the trails as well, of course. But first in the... Oh, I guess no, it should be on top, right? Because the glass... Yeah, it's just like against the glass. The blood is above all of this. Oh, it's messing with the... That's a bit annoying. Hold on, I gotta figure something out. Okay. So now the blood should work. Perfect. Now we can change the hue of the blood, and I think it's got to be pink, right? Good old pink splatter. Like a purplish pink or something. Oh, it should be... Okay. We gotta figure out the mechanics of this. The fairy was probably splat around here. And then, you know, the wiper has moved the body there. But the initial splat probably happens at some point here, right? Around this area, or like trying to follow the body. Like somewhere around this area, and then the body just gets dragged along. So I feel like we would get only the remains of the splat in the area where the wiper hasn't arrived yet. So it would be like above this. And we can change like how much of it we want to show. So I wonder if like color burn is definitely stronger. So with color burn, I feel like we need to just make everything lighter like this. Yeah. So we can do that. And then the trail is going to have to be a different texture. So not a splat, because that's already been like spread through. And I got this one, which I think could work pretty perfect, especially those like thinner trails. Not the central bits, but the other ones I think might work quite well. So we can make those pink. Maybe put those on multiply. And not mess with the levels. Okay, so we can take this, Control J. Let's see, maybe these. start with those. So we do this, and then with some puppet warp, we apply it. We make it, you know, work with the trail or the shape of the wiper trail. Same with this. Yeah, I think that works pretty well. Can do like another version of this since we don't see this bit as much. We can actually flip it. And get some of that too. Remove it from the upper area like so. I think that works pretty well for the trail. Maybe we'll do like big globs of goop around the severed legs. But we need to find those severed legs first. So I'm trying to think how we can do this. And I'm gonna hop over to the browser. And maybe we just do insects as a concept. We look for pictures. And first of all, we filter by license, so it's only licenses we can use. And alive or dead? Dead. And maybe, scrolling through and finding dead specimens, we can find like some limbs that are just splattered or something. I don't know if that'll be super easy, but it's my best bet as of now. Oh, the silly leg. I mean, we could also just take different parts of insects, like the weevil we used before, and just like manually select little bits. But it would obviously look much better if we actually had some, like a splattered insect of some kind. So it's worth giving it a look at least. But yeah, I should also point out in here that I don't want research grade pictures necessarily, because I feel like some of the worst bug splat pictures are not going to be recognizable, so people aren't gonna like classify them as well. Look at this. The fungus. Most of these bugs are in one piece. Or all of them, to be honest. Oh, the dead hornet with the hand that killed it. It's messed up. Oh, a single leg from a bee. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, we're using bee wings anyway. Hi, Bean. Hello. Good morning, Bean. How are you feeling? Here's another one that's way more in the shadow, but it looks like the same leg. Agreeable tiger moth. How agreeable. Hello, Bean. Oh, look at this thing. Aren't you the most beautiful thing in the world? Yes, you are. This is probably a separate limb, but it's too much of a close-up. Talking about spare exoskeletons, did I ever show you my crab? I got a crab. Had this since I was a kid. It's a little crab encased in a piece of glass. It's a little guy. Always had it on my desk or near my desk. Oh, spare parts. Awesome. Hi, Bean. Do you want to jump up? There you go. Oh, good boy. Okay, that's pretty much perfect. This observation here. Also, I opened it in a new tab. Damn it. Or it didn't open it in a new tab, I should say. Okay, I didn't lose my place in the search. But honestly, those spare ones I just found, that might be perfect. I mean, when made pink, I'm gonna call this bug bits. And should I use this one or where's the other one? This one? This one might be too dark, right? This one seems a bit more usable. Okay, let's hop into Photoshop. Let's drop these two layers in. Let's see what we can do with them. I guess I could have like a dropped wing if we remove one of the wings from here, which honestly I don't think would break up the silhouette that much. If I took one wing away, like one of the smaller ones, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do a separate wing, and I could use it from I could choose it from the picture I just loaded in, but to keep the shimmery nature of it. We're gonna like separate the actual one. Okay, perfect. We got a spare wing, and we can put this in the sort of in the trail here, and being dragged. And we can add one of these little lion's blood that just leads from it into... Oh wait, I guess if it's here, the wing should be back here. Yeah. Because it needs to follow the trail. So let's drop this wing somewhere here. Is that too dark? I think that wing might be too dark. Okay, that's pretty good. Let us continue. Okay, the whole Splatter should be in a group called Splatter. Okay, let's do the leg. Or this little bug butts. Would adding that imply that the fairy has a sort of stinger? Fairies with stingers is a good concept. Oh, I messed up that selection. Keep messing it up. Oh, Photoshop is straight up not listening to me. Great. I love when it does that. Okay, that should do the trick. Although maybe I separate these two. Not sure. Ovipositor, yes. Absolutely. Very ovipositor. That's how they infect their host. Parasitoid bees. Or parasitoid fairies, should I say. Do like this one as well. Needs to be darkened quite a bit. Bean is really looking at the edits. Do you like it, Bean? You like this concept? Have you ever seen a fairy when you were living out in the streets? Maybe he has. Do you have any feedback on the fairies' look compared to what they actually look like? Nothing? Okay. So I guess it looks good if Bean has no feedback. Ooh, big yawn. Good job, boy. Those googlies need to be moved. They're fine there. They're observing the situation. We can't put the googlies on the ferry because it's not facing us. Okay, this one's like further down in the windshield, so it's gonna get blurrier. Like everything in the trail is gonna be blurrier than the main body, just by virtue of how far away it is from the camera. Like just looking at this little specks and stuff here. Obviously the splatter in this area will also have to be blurred. So we start with a little bit of blur, but then we take a feathered selection. And we add even more blur to the final bits. Like so. And same for this. So we start with initial blur. Then we take a feathered selection, add a bit more. Finally, the tail end gets even blurrier. And we do that for basically all of the important ones, at least. Where's the leg here? Now the wing, this one here. No, wings, this group. Googly creatures are sometimes invisible, except for the googlies. The googlies are just for display and intimidation. Okay, we need another leg, and I guess to be consistent, it should be the same as this one. So maybe... Oh!
Is your father making the art right?
Bean is the art inspector. Hey, don't you attack random things. Goodbye. Please do your thing. Photoshop. There we go. It's not dragging. One of its core features simply decided not to work. And that's how good Photoshop is. That's how much we love it. Come on. There we go. Okay. So we got this. Wait, why did the Photoshop? You're being so annoying. Okay, there we go. We got a copy of the leg finally. And now we can puppet warp it into any position we want. First of all, we'll flip it because it's the other leg. So obviously it should be the other way around. It's being hair in my nose. Maybe we split this one. Yeah, we'll actually split it. Okay. So that way we can give it sort of a leg shape, kind of like I was considering initially here. Maybe the legs are too big. So I might downscale it a little bit. And, what about the detached wing? I might actually put it there. It might be more visible there, actually. Even though, you know, it's not quite exactly in the trail where it should be. Can move everything a little bit. It's more in the trail. Okay, and about this leg. I might keep it attached, but still like pop it, warp it into position. So I'm just gonna use the copy I already have. And remove the puppet warp. Okay. And I feel like the first bit of the leg needs like this. Needs a little less blur because it is closer to the camera. And then I guess I'm just gonna shadow them all together. Well, that might be annoying to move later. Yeah, okay. Let me do it individually. The right way and slightly slower way. And just one more leg left. Okay. I also want these white trails here that, you know, already exist in the base photo. I want to reuse some of them to help with the feel of, you know, this thing being dragged around. So I might just copy this one, for example, since it's sitting against a really clear background. And if I can find a way to add it, oh, maybe as a texture. Yes, perfect. All right, so we can just add more of these as long as, you know, they match the radius. And then we can take them, and by adding some color to them, we can turn them pink like the blood. And, you know, turn these white trails of like dirt and goop into trails of More blood. Fairy blood. Maybe we make them like coincide with the legs a little bit. There we go, more or less. I'm also feeling like these legs that we just added, there are some bits on them that look too dark, so maybe we can fix that up real quick just by adding some levels on top. And there are fairy tastes. Well, it's only one way to find out. Just go out there. Go out there, find your fairies. Find your local fairy. Eat it. Only one fairy per person, though. We don't want them to go endangered. Be respectful of your Fae ecosystem. Alright? We make the legs a little thinner. Should I keep the pointy bits at the end? I'm not sure. Maybe I just got them a little closer so they look a little bit more like human feet, just like put in like straight with the body like this. Okay, now we can take the body, which is a bunch of layers, but I could just turn it into one. Yeah. So that's gonna need a little bit of blur. And let me remove the wings for a second, just so I can compare it to the background. Alright, so just some Gaussian blur up until it looks more or less similar to this. So maybe 2 or 3. And then we re-add the wings, and the wings are gonna get the same treatment. Not this detached one, because we've already blurred that one out. So these are gonna get, yeah, about the same level of blur, about a 3. which makes them a little harder to see. Okay. Let's figure it out. Let's figure that out. What if I start an ethical breeding program for them? Could you have more than one? Yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I'll let you. It's not like it's regulated, so it's an honor system. Fan art that might go against the continuity of Sheepit.tech. I get a photo of an astronaut planet flag on Sheepit.tech. Yeah, of course. That sounds fun. Okay, we've blurred things out more or less. Oh, the splatter. This one, yeah, that one needs some blur too. Oh, that goes weird with color burn. That is true. Okay, let me just put it on multiply then and see if the blur will do better. Definitely. Okay, in terms of the splatter, let me see if just adding a new layer, maybe on hard light or something, and having some purple like this. Yeah, lets me do some trails of my own. Because there are some little splatters of blood that would have been dragged around, like this one here. Okay, Mactul, have a good night. Oh, you got an audio desync? Well, let me see if the stream is stable. It seems like there was a small instability like half an hour ago. It's been like the stream has had a couple of like slightly unstable things. I'm hoping that the internet is not annoying to me again, because lately it's been the worst. Okay, so we got splatter. That's these. I'm gonna put these into splatter 2. We got, we didn't use that. We got the legs. The wings, and then the body and the arms. Okay. Wondering if I should do any top level edits to this, but I think I might just go ahead and do like top level filters on top of the whole image. Let me hide the googlies first so they don't get baked into the image. Remove some layers we didn't use. There's our sketch. pretty good compared to the sketch. And, oh, the signature. Okay, a couple places for the signature to be right off the bat. In the scratches, right? Just like continuing one of the scratches. I feel like that's the most logical one. It could be in the grime here, just formed by pieces of grime. But I feel like that's kind of a harder place to put it. And other than that, the rest is just really blurry. Could be like really blurry in the trees here. That would be the tough to see version. Could be on the dashboard somewhere. But I'm thinking this is the one that makes the most sense, to be honest. YouTube sometimes just does that. That sounds a little bit annoying, but you know, as long as it's not too bad. I even got these hard light layers that I can use to do the signature, so that is pretty useful actually. Let me keep them large. Then we'll just cut out the parts that we use. Okay, that's 1, 2, and just one more. We remove some of these little dots that are starting to get everywhere. Oh, that one wasn't the original. Make that slightly more subtle. And that makes a signature. Now, top level edits. Let's actually put all this together. Special car washing businesses. Very, very blood out of your car. Sounds like a $1 million business right there. Okay, so we're doing a little bit of blur, a little bit of sharpen. Well, I guess not too much. Because it's funny that the fairy is like slightly out of focus. Okay, now we actually color balance this image, which was originally sort of pretty brown. And I want it to be fairly naturalistic in color, but let's emphasize, I think, the greens and pinks, because that's our main color palette here, with the background being green, the blood being pink, and them being the complementary colors, green and pink. Then maybe we want to reduce clarity a bit just to make the background like glowier. I like that effect quite a bit. And I feel like this little chunk was too dark, because if you reduce the contrast a bit, this sticks out. So we might have to go in and change that manually a little bit. Or we just go high contrast. Adding a little bit of vibrance, so we get that multicolored wings. Those multicolored wings looking nice. We, of course, you know me, add a bit of grain. And then we go into the color gradient, and that's where we play with pinks and greens. So it's either adding a bit of green on the highlights, adding a bit of pink on the shadows. This way I'm exaggerating it a little bit. I think it shouldn't be that strong, but... Or adding pink on the highlights. Whoa. And green on the shadows. Which I think is a little bit more natural, but these shadows are strong. So... Let's see if I like it better. Still a bit too strong. Okay, I'm trying to find the right balance between greens and pinks. Now it's mostly green. There's new pieces for the spectral haptics one. I haven't seen them. Gotta check them out. I see you, Siegfried. Sleep well. Okay, I want to do a little thing here. In the splatter, I think it might be there. Well, first of all, let's group up the signature. Okay, we want to add a levels layer. Maybe that only applies to the splatter, although that might do weird things. Yeah, it does. Gotta be careful with that. Okay, but we do want to add a bit of that. Right around this area, so it doesn't go too dark. It doesn't go darker than it should. Yeah, this is pretty much the right tone. It's a little bit on the wings. Okay, check the difference. This is like way darker than it should. Although I guess now it's a little bit too light, so I overcorrected. Maybe what it is not like too dark, but or too light now, but desaturated. So maybe we fix that up by adding some strong, more saturated color there. Because it's meant to be the main splatter too, so. Yeah, that's better, I think. Now we can actually go and change the things like the contrast and stuff now that it's a bit more balanced. Let's see. Go lower contrast. What shows as a fairy better? I feel like slightly higher exposure in general. Question, are the wings too hard to see? What do you guys think? That's like my main concern right now. Especially this one. It's a bit tough to see, I think. I want the first impression to be strongly that, you know, this is a fairy. So the wings are the most important part of that. I could saturate some colors specifically. Like, okay, purples, that will give me most of the fairy's body. Purples and magentas. Less translucent or make the color stronger. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Okay, let's give that a try. I think when I blurred them, it lost a little bit of readability there. Oh, just adding a layer on top of it actually messes with them in a way that makes them a lot more noticeable. But that might be good, actually. That might be a good thing. Yeah, I feel like they read a lot better now. Okay, we could check the before and after. That's definitely way better on the wings. Got the signature. We got I think we got everything. Is there anything that you guys would like to see? Anything that you'd like me to try on this piece before we call it done? I think that the hair has become a lot less recognizable after the blur, which is a bit annoying. Oh, it's part of the body layer here. Maybe we can do that, just to make the direction of the hair a little bit clearer. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Now it flows all in the same direction at least. I love how the arms are flailing. They come out kind of funny. I like it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think I'm ready to call this one done. Let me save it as a JPEG and just save the PSD as well. Nice, so that'll make for the third installment in killing fairy tale creatures. We keep doing this somehow, but it's become a fun little extra series-ish thing, and I've been enjoying them. They're very silly, so we'll definitely do more of them in the future, not with any rush, just whenever we got an idea and some time. It's gonna be a fun one to come back to. I think next I want to do some kind of sea creature. I don't know which one yet. Stuck in like plastic rings, the plastic rings around cans or something like that. Just dead in a plastic garbage patch in the ocean, which I think would fit the vibe of beautiful creatures inadvertently killed in very silly ways just by humans and our infrastructure. Is there one person in the comments saying you hate women because the fairy's female like the mold? That would be really funny, to be honest. I'll just show him the gnome. Say I'm an equal opportunity fairy tale creature killer. Sounds awful. Anyway, y'all, I'll call it for that. I'll call it there today, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Bean, do you want to come back? You want to come in and say bye? Yeah. Right here. Oh yeah, he just woke up to say goodbye to you guys. There he is, the boy himself. Yeah, y'all, thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting, for hanging out. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Tomorrow we are streaming Dreadfarer. So if you don't know, that's my own game. It's a TTRPG I've been working on for the past year or so. And it's finally like near its final stage of completion. But we're playing a playthrough on this sort of beta version, and before it actually goes out to prints. So that'll be tomorrow's stream, and the day after tomorrow, I had it separated as like a free day in case I didn't finish this, or I didn't finish yesterday's thing. So I don't know exactly what I'll do. I might play some more Dreadfarer or do some art for Dreadfarer, something like that. Beanie's so comfy there. So yeah, y'all,
thank you so much for being here. I will see you again tomorrow. So until then, you want to say bye? You want to say bye? Yeah. Until then, take care.